Hey there, Darkstar here. Today I'm going to start an exercise I've been thinking about doing for a while, which is testing every plane. Not an in-depth test, just a basic one, but I want to go through all the planes and try them out. Because I generally just kind of pick and choose. And I was going to do it, I think, package by package. So to kickstart this, I've tried to make a spreadsheet of all the planes. I got it off various places. I don't have a good list yet. I wish you could pull this data out of Flight Sim itself, but I haven't figured out a good way to do that yet, but we're going to do our best here. So I list 69 planes in the base package. Is that right? Now, I might do Deluxe and Premium together because they're pretty short. Deluxe, it looks to me like it has 10, and Premium has 15. And then in Aviator, in my current list, I count 30. So I think that might be a good breakup, although we might even end up breaking up Standard into 2 pieces or something. And I'm just going to go down the list I have, and I'm only going to do airplanes. So that's actually going to reduce that list. I should probably list out type, because I don't even know what type all of these are. Now some of these I've done, you know, some of them I've played quite a bit, obviously. And this says DHC4, and I changed my mind. That's not where I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the L39, I think it is. Which is this guy. Yeah, the L39. And then what would be a good place to fly for test flights? I generally like to do islands. Let's maybe do a different island than we tend to do. That's an 8,000 foot runway. Let's try San Salvador International as our test area. And I am back on SU2 for now. I've rolled back my video drivers, NVIDIA drivers specifically. It's been more stable since I've done that, although even these drivers have like listed as critical issues and with Flight Sim, but they've been good to me, so. If anyone watches this and knows a really good NVIDIA driver version that's worth trying, let me know and I'll try and install them and see how it goes. And I'll try and put the label in for the planes that I'm flying. Okay, obviously, this can't be the real cockpit. I assume they threw this in here to kind of help people navigate or something. I wish they would do it a different way and have like the more realistic planes. Although I'm seeing some of these with Almost glass cockpits. Like, I assume they had the avionics replaced. Trying to find like a real old school one. That's a flight simulator. That one's clearly had the avionics replaced. That might be the problem with modeling some of these things, is trying to find a quote unquote authentic one. But it looks to me like it should have a more like old school military cockpit with a HUD here and like a keypad panel, and then some I see some glass like on the side. But let's suffice it to say this is not a realistic cockpit. So I'm not going to attempt to learn how to properly fly each and every one. I have flown this one briefly before. I tried to use it in NeoFly to do my my military jet check ride. I don't know if you've used NeoFly, but basically the way it works is it'll have various offerings nearby you of what planes you can fly to do a check ride in, and the nearest one to me happened to be this one, and I tried it, and it couldn't do it because it couldn't really go fast enough. So I don't think it's a super jet. Looks like single engine. Okay, there's our parking brake. We'll just go full throttle. Pretty good steering on the ground so far. Alright, gear up. I don't know if it has flaps. Tap the flaps up a few times. I'm assuming this is our speed in knots. Not a great turn rate. Throttle back. One of the problems I've noticed with a lot of planes is they just have way too much inertia. I'll show you what I mean. Let's go and go full throttle through this turn here. Trying to fly down more or less parallel to the runway here. Okay, so killed the throttle all the way. It just doesn't feel like it's slowing down as fast as a real plane would. I don't know. Let's go ahead and go gear. Give it some throttle. First notch of flaps, or I don't know if flaps work in these. Sometimes they just have auto flaps. It would take some work to get an ILS going in this thing, if it even supports it. I don't even know what autopilot would look like here. So you probably need to read a manual on this one. I don't know what our stall speed is or anything. That's it right there. Stall, stall, stall. So, fairly easy to just take off, fly. Landing wasn't great, but it's pretty flyable. It didn't, even though it got stall indicator, it didn't really stall on us. Probably not super realistic. And I didn't immediately understand some of the controls. Like where was our vertical speed at? And what is this reading out? 100 knots, 150 knots? Guessing that means like either gear or flaps or something. Surely Mach indicator. Obviously altitude. Don't know what this guy is. Maybe a radar altimeter or something. That's probably your glide slope and heading indicator maybe. That's a VOR. Well, it obviously isn't a VOR, but it's a... I can't remember what they call those now. But the one with the VOR needles on it, but it doesn't seem to have any needles, so I'm not sure. Attitude indicator. I don't know. I didn't really figure out what some of these things were. But flyable. I suspect a lot of the systems aren't implemented in any depth. And let's say it's kind of a notes field here. All right, so next up was the Optica. I've heard good things about this one. I may have ever flown it in the past for some reason, but... Alright, let's change our labels. What was it, the Optica? What is it? Turbofan, maybe? Some weird type. I'm just going to put experimental. Okay, very simplistic controls. Pitch trim, flaps, throttle, mixtures, throttle. And of course, the ever-present Garmin 530. Nav instrument. I wonder if it's worth. If we do we have an ILS here? Could we tune that in? If we do, no, we might want to move to an airport with an ILS, just so we have that. But we do have an NDB. If we tune that in, do we get? I don't see an. Yeah, I don't see that this has that capability. Guessing that's the parking brake. Fuel dump, fuel shut off. Ballast. Flap sounds, we probably have flaps. Do we have gear? Nope. Fun visibility. It almost feels like a helicopter. It is not a fast plane though. Man, that water is green. So let's go flaps down. I heard one notch of flaps. 2. 3. 4. 5. 5. Wow. We should be very high on the approach right now if we turned onto the runway. I think we're not quite there yet, or really hard to look around. Let's try a slip. Doing that okay? rudder out. Oh, brutal. That was more me than the plane. I think if I had got on a stable approach, it would have been easier to touch down. Just feels like some small experimental plane. Good visibility though. Alright, on to the Air Tractor 802. Air Tractor AT802 agricultural sprayer. Now I've flown this a couple of times. Okay, interesting. So it does have a pop-out screen there. This one does not pop out. This obviously would. Fascinating. Okay, so we have to unlock the controls, I think. Lock, unlock. Throttle prop mixture. All working. Just making sure this seems to be working. We've got the little Garmin GPS down here. Airspeed. I'll put this up over here just so I can keep an eye on things a little easier. Oh, I hate that. I hate the planes where they've got it so locked down, like you start out up, and then if you try to go up, it goes down instead. Like, why are you doing that? I don't know how much anyone follows related flight sim topics, but Garmin, I guess, somewhat recently released this new EFB app. I can't even remember what it's called. Garmin Pilot something. But basically when it lets you pick an approach and then it narrows the approach plate down to just what's relevant to you, and it even extracts out a lot of the, like, it has a series of questions like, do you have this equipment, do you, or you know, is your plane configuration like this, or are you doing this thing, and then you answer those and it'll tell you, oh, you can't do these 3 approaches, you can only do these 2, like, for example. Like the visibility is below, you know, whatever. Oh, okay, you can't do those 2 approaches. to me, what I would like to see them do is have an EFB app that lets you do that in game to draw people into getting it in their planes and you know, have that kind of extend over to the real world. You wouldn't even need a full version of it here, just like a partial version. Maybe in conjunction with Navigraph for the charts or something, I don't know. I don't know about the licensing and everything, that would obviously be a problem, but... like, I'd buy a cheaper version of it for flight sim. And then if I do decide to fly at some point, it'd be nice to have that. Okay, this has the tail dragger problem of we're just going to make it absolutely uncontrollable on the ground because tail draggers are hard to fly, right? I feel like they're overdoing it. I don't know. If anyone flies tail draggers, I'd love to hear what you actually think of the ground handling on these things. Okay. This doesn't have, this is fixed gear, right? Yeah, fixed gear. Okay. Pretty fast. For what it is, I mean. Vertical speed indicator, which is kind of annoying. Is that really a thing? I don't know. Hear any flaps coming in or out, but it felt like the lift increased. Yeah, we got flaps. Flaps up, flaps down. More thrust. Down hard. The flight model feels a little bit wobbly. want to steer. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the ground handling at all. I don't know. I'm sure it's a skill issue. I'm not saying it isn't. Just, I don't like it. And some of these also could be, I need to lock or unlock the steering or whatever. So feel free to correct me. But just going through all the planes, seeing if they even fly, that kind of stuff. Oops, let's close this extra window. Okay, oh, it looks like next up are the Airbuses. 310. Now these, there's no way I'm going to be able to give a reasonable critique on. I don't generally fly the Airbuses. When I have, I kind of don't like the way that they fly. Which doesn't mean it's bad, it just means it's different. And this may be way too short of a runway for this plane, I don't know. What in the world was that? Let's get our label updated. This is the 310-300. Let's put that in there just in case it matters. This seems like an older one. That's kind of cool. Has its own tablet app. This says it's a 304. Okay. On instant linked instruments. I guess that's between captain and first officer. Nose wheel steering is on. Is that going to put me in reverse, or? Probably not, right? It's a pretty big dead zone for... Let's see. Does that go reverse? Yep, okay. This all seems pretty normal, a little bit older, but... 2 engines and an APU. Hydraulics, electrical, fuel, cross-feed, isolation valves, pumps. That off? Yeah, okay. I assume that's off as well. Oh, it doesn't even have it. Wipers work? I'm not going to get into the whole how do I set things up, just kind of looking around. It's got the Airbus style land mode, VOR lock, I guess that's approach. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have the newer Airbus style where you push and pull the knobs. We shall attempt to hand fly. Okay, parking brake off. Full throttle. My rudder pedals are too sensitive. I can't quite read the speed tape. Well, let's hope that's enough to get us off. Gear up. Flaps up. Throttles back. Maybe. I don't know how they work.
Too low. Terrain.
That off? Because it doesn't like the flaps coming up that early. Okay, that's 220 knots. We are getting way up high. That's 250. can start getting flaps out. Let's put one notch of flaps out. Okay, that caps us at 240. Oh, there's the next one. Just barely made it. Notch of flaps. Let's get the throttles up a little bit, gear down. Okay, why are we still climbing? So I don't know if this model Airbus has the fly-by-wire thing, but I'm guessing not, because it's just kind of letting it. I don't know, now it's holding it pretty well. Hey, how's it going? This probably isn't far enough out, but let's go for it. Thought it would stop once we got the... I'm assuming somewhere around 130, 140 is probably our approach speed. We're pretty high though. We're gonna need to drop some altitude here. Oh, it's going all right. I'm trying out all the planes. Just kind of running through everything in the standard package first. I think this is number 4. Okay, we got geared down, we got flaps out. Now we just need to get towards the runway. Add a little juice here. This plane feels really heavy. Like I have to really pull on the controls to get it to do much. I can turn on the controls here. I think I need to go to an airport with ILS though. But I also don't necessarily want to have to figure out how to fly ILS on every single plane, so maybe not. But it'd be kind of nice to have some guidance on the way down here. Seem to be off to the left a wee bit.
400, 300.
Oh,
sync rate.
My speed has crept up a whole lot. We're going to be landing fast.
Sync rate.
200. 100.
Sync rate.
80. 30. 20. 10. 5.
That was a nice firm landing. Reversers on. Didn't really need them. Okay. I made it. You have to rate my landings. Yeah. I do like that it's an older style avionics system. Next up is the A320neo. V2. I wonder where a good place is to. And there's always Juliana. I don't think it has an ILS, does it? I wish this told you. Let's do Saba. We can look and see here if it has an ILS. TNCM. Princess Juliana. Runways. No ILS. Who might have an ILS? That's too short. That's probably doable. This one almost certainly would, right? TJSJ. If I could type. Okay, 109.7. And that's a course of about 104 degrees. Runway 10. this is completely wrong. What's TJSJ? And then let's put in our approach as the ILS just in case. Now this plane I've flown before, just not very much. Are you an Airbus flyer? Come on. Oof.
San Juan Tower. Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 5. 6 ready at runway 10. Departure to the east.
Enter a plan into SimBrief for TJSJ. Just so I can load it in if I need it. Let's map this out as something like that. Just kind of make a loop. Okay. Oh, No, don't care what aircraft type is. Just give me the route. Ah, you suck. I don't know what that's about. Okay, let's see. Parking brake. Full throttle, maybe. Yeah, I don't care. We're just gonna gas. Very punchy, 140 knots already. Up we go, gears up.
Too low, terrain. 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 Too low, terrain.
Yeah, I know.
Too low, terrain.
Shut up.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
How do you shut it up?
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Pull up. Pull up.
We're going up.
Pull up.
What is its problem? I'll show you pull up. This is when you need to pull up. Not when you're pointing up in the sky. I'm trying to get you to level out.
Too low, terrain.
Like, shut up.
Too low,
I'm
terrain.
almost ready to give up on this plane.
Too low, terrain.
400.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
300.
Too low, terrain.
200.
I know. Problem is you wouldn't stop climbing. And you can't control the throttles. It like wants to auto do everything, right? I just want to go manual mode. Is there like a shut off all the auto stuff?
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Like, see, I barely moved the throttle and then this just
Too low,
dropped.
terrain.
Like, what are
Too
you
low,
doing?
Terrain. Too low, terrain.
I just want to control the
low,
throttles
terrain.
myself.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
Pull up.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
full flaps, gear down. Maybe it'll shut up. This is why I don't like the Airbuses. Like, I don't like how they want to do everything magically for you. I just want to fly the plane. If I let it auto throttle, it'll do something there. I'm generally okay with auto throttle. Like, if you can help me hold an airspeed, that's okay. So we're supposed to be on the ILS here, but I don't know how to do. What was it, 109.7?
400. 300.
I can't. I can't control the radio buttons. Yeah, there's no way to do it.
Speed, speed, speed.
Are you gonna auto throttle or what? Like, I don't know how to tell if it's gonna auto throttle or. Do I have the gear down? Good. Why did it just indicate a look at that, a 40 knot increase? Like what?
400.
Sync rate.
300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10, 5. Retard. 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 Retard.
I did already.
Retard.
Shut up. Yeah, don't like it. Don't like Airbus. Just let me fly the plane. It's like it's both trying to overfly itself and it underflies itself at the same time. Don't like those. Do I really have like 5 more of these to go? The 321LR, unless it comes in different configurations. Is this the one that comes in like a dozen different variants? Like the GG, the RR, or is that something else? Oh, I only see that one. Spirit. Apologies to anyone who likes Airbus. I just can't stand them. I also didn't like that it wouldn't let me import my SimBrief flight plan because it didn't like the airplane code. Like, who cares? Just import it. I just want the route. Whatever. So we got the 321, the 330, possibly in multiple configurations, the 330 Beluga. Oh, I'm not gonna do that one.
San Juan Tower, Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 5, 6 ready at runway 10, straight out departure.
Okay, this looks to have newer avionic stuff. Let's try and put in the runway here, 109.7. Maybe these are comms is the problem. Yeah, see, it wants everything to be auto throttle, and you just put it in these different D10s, and it decides what to do. That's one of the things I don't like. Give me manual throttle, please. The thing. Huh. There's no indication of what the heading selected is on here that I can see. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, you have to middle click it. Maybe to set that. Maybe we'll try and let the autopilot fly it since it's not designed to be flown by a person. Okay. QNH set, 3,000 feet. Where are the nav radios? These had keyboard input mode, like some of the other ones do. What are we doing? TJSJ? Yeah, I don't get the avionics set up here either. I click a NIT and it doesn't go anywhere. Is that the only init page? Do it? Nope. Oh, username not set. Okay. Oh, I think I forgot to update the thing to A321LR. How we enter things here. ISLLA. Can I just like put that there? Donkey. Okay. Arrival ILS 10, no star, no transition. Up. Off, go around, there we go. Was it not happy with speeds? Okay. Okay, gear up. Autopilot is on. Let's see what it does with this. I think it wants us to move into climb. Maybe that's here. Okay. Go nav mode. Do we go heading mode? mode's not doing anything. How do you go into nav mode? Well, at least this seems to be doing something now. Okay, it is blown past our altitude set. So apparently it doesn't know how to follow an altitude. I think you do something with this to let it follow. What do we do here? Like in a real plane, I get pushing and pulling it, but I can't tell what to do in the stupid sim. Set selected, set managed. What does that mean? I think I'm doing it and it's not doing anything. I'm right clicking. And it's staying in heading mode. And you can't tell where it's going to be pointing to. It's like really hard to work with. Boeing, you click it and you put it on top, but I don't think that's how this one works. Key is where I want to head right now. In a smart plane, it would stop at 220, right? See any indication that it knows about this altitude constraint?
2,500.
I don't care if we go all the way down to 1,500, but it's not showing any signs of slowing, so I think it's just going to blow past the altitude constraints. It doesn't seem to do those. Unless there's something weird about how it works, which there seems to be everything weird about how it works. Videos on how to do the Airbus autopilot stuff. It's so weird. Airbus auto lands. We need to take over at some point. seesaw thing.
300.
That's a problem with using PIDs for autopilots.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10. Retard. Retard. Retard.
Wow, really?
Retard. Retard.
I have no idea what's going on. Am I flying? They've got planes parked all over our taxiway. This is not a huge plane, is it? More like a 737. One of the problems with those big planes is it's hard to tell where you are above the runway if you don't fly them a lot. Another Airbus. Let's see, so we've got the 330 CE series. There's a whole bunch of these. And then the Beluga. I didn't talk to you. It's 92 degrees out. I don't know if I want to fly all of these or what. I flew the Beluga. It flies. 330 is a big one, huh? These are just so hard to test because you can't just get in and take off and fly it reasonably. At least as a noob. Maybe I'll skip some of these for now. There's a lot of planes to get through. Definitely not doing a full flight on each one.
San Juan Tower. Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56 at runway 10 ready for departure. Straight out departure.
If anyone knows how to disable the throttle madness in this thing, I would be happy to just fly it, but let's just give it a shot. Sluggish than the smaller ones. Alright, gear up. Tell if it's got some kind of auto throttle going on or not.
400.
Oh. We're going to a vertical climb here. I just wanted to level out. have the hardest time turning in this
500.
thing. 'Cause it just the thing where it wants to just stay where it is, kind of. Fly-by-wire effect.
$300. 200. 100.
Come on.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, that was already on the ground? Lord. Good brakes. I'm sure I would have just cooked the brakes in a real plane. Oh, I think I forgot to update the label too. Sorry about that. Let's see, that was the, I don't even know when I'm in. What is this one? It's the 330. I've been forgetting to update the labels. Dang it. That's the 330-200GE. Let's update it there for a minute. I'm gonna skip the Beluga. Let's check out the A440M Atlas. Do we have such a plane? Why is it on my list? There it is. I do not think this plane works very well.
San Juan Tower. Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56 at runway 10, ready for departure. Departing straight out.
It's got a fun looking console. That's mostly non-functional. Some lighting. The wipers work? Sort of. It's got the whole auto throttle thing. Huh. Okay, well, it seems to have a somewhat functional flight management system. Oh, it's got this kind of interface. Will it do it? No. ID not set. Okay. What is it? Is that the one we enter? Oh. Very quiet. Oh, let's set the QNH. Up, up, and away. You're up. Autopilot on. Now, is it going to stop at 3,000? Stop at 2,200, it's still climbing. Still climbing. Maybe we need to set. Slow awful fast. Why are we still climbing? Stop climbing. Down. Like I've got, let's try to go managed. Is autopilot not on? autopilot and nothing is happening. Doesn't seem to like that. Seem to be doing the auto throttle thing, unless it's just descending too fast to slow down, but like autopilot won't engage. There we go, now we got an autopilot. But you're not going the way I told you to. Throttle is on, and we're holding 180 now. Altitude 2,400. Should be 2,200. That's not doing anything. Man, the visibility is getting poor here. I still can't get it to go to 2,200. It doesn't have the intervention mode that Boeing's have. It doesn't seem to do. Now it's at 2,500 for no apparent reason. flaps out, so we're flying kind of slow. Where do we have this? Cabin pressure exceeds cabin altitude. I'm not going to mess with that right now, but I like the glowy panel. Alright, let's go like that, and then that went to managed automatically. Activate approach, confirm. We want to be 1500 here. How are we doing on altitude? We're not going anywhere. Why won't you pay attention? They're gonna mess us up here. We're not gonna intercept the ILS or something. Okay, there's 15. Approach. We got localizer. We got glide slope. We got full flaps. Slow down a little bit more. Okay, landing gear down.
1000. 1000.
One more.
300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Wow. I pulled back and it did nothing. All reverse thrust, no brakes so far. Taxi all the way to parking, unless it's right here, but just want to check how easy it is to steer around on the ground. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm not even going to go all the way over there. Yeah, but I don't know what happened there. I turned off autopilot and I pulled back really hard on the stick and it just did nothing. Yeah, the controls are working, but like I was doing like that and nothing happened. Just pancaked into the ground. Alright, that's enough of the Airbuses. Next up is a Skyship 600. Is that a thing? I don't even know what that is. Skyship 600. It's not those. It's not these. These are Aviator package, not standard. What is a Skyship 600 from Airship Industries? Is that even a thing? Maybe it's not a thing. Midnight Archer? Nope, that's a third-party plane. Nope, that's a third-party plane. I guess that one's also not found. I don't know what those are. The Pits, I've flown those. Let's start with the S1, because I don't think, I may not have flown the S1. I know I've flown the S2. These are extremely sporty little planes, at least again the S2 is. Racing rocket, that's about right. Don't think these things have any flaps.
San Juan Tower, Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56, ready for straight out departure at runway 10.
So yeah, I don't see any flaps happening. See, we've got throttle, of course. What is this one? Mixture, pitch, trim, alternate air. Yeah, I don't think it has flaps. And it is, of course, a tail dragger. so sensitive to any, like the rudder is ultra sensitive. Now they are very acrobatic, so you can flip them around, and I think they are unreasonably acrobatic, possibly. Just like a little RC plane.
Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Okay.
San Juan Tower, Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56, frequency change.
Is that a boat or a boat artifact? It's like a boat artifact. And one problem I've had with these planes is they have unreasonable amounts of inertia or momentum. It's like I just kill the throttle. So you can't hold it in the air, like it just, like, oh, it has so much inertia. Like it takes off even at like 5 miles an hour. It just tips over like crazy. You know what we could do? We can just switch these planes on the fly here. Let's go to the pits 2. Not sure what the difference is. I assume this is a newer one. Again, ultra sensitive on the rudder. Like unstallable almost. This direction we should be landing with a substantial tailwind. kind of a tone here on the ground. Really fun to fly, like crazy aerobatic stuff, but I don't think it's a very realistic flight model, would be my guess. Oh, what's next? Well, let's look for these other planes on here just to see if we can find anything. Midnight preset default. Flight FX. Ooh, okay. Oh. So what plane does it say we're at? Archer Midnight. Why didn't we see it on the list? Cruise speed 63 knots. Okay. I think I may have flown this before. Sure what's going on. I've got full throttle, but this is saying align, keep wings level still. On the stick is making me go up. Pushing forward, I assume will make us go down. Okay. Rotate side to side, no, instead of banking. Faster. Powered lift switch enable. Okay. That's weird. Rudders seem to bank, and banking turns you, like, yaws you like rudders. It's like backwards. Forward. There we go. Decel or Excel. How do I go neutral? Accelerate or decelerate, but I can't. Speed, increase, decrease. Flight path angle alive. Speed greater than 30 knots. Well, now aileron control is banking us at turning, not just wing-borne takeoff. Powered lift switch disabled. Okay, so I guess you got different ways to do it. Full forward. I think would take a little bit of practice. Some custom control configurations as well. Like how do you speed accelerate and decelerate without going full speed? Or it's like now we seem to be in a hover. Do we have gear? Fixed. For sure. is it throwing it so forward? I've got both brakes on, everything's neutral, throttles are neutral. I have no idea what it's doing, but it wants to accelerate forward. Interestingly, it seems to throttle down when I take the brakes off. When I put the brakes on, it throttles up. Like it's set, it wants to go a certain speed and it's going to go that speed no matter what. So not intuitive to fly. Kind of interesting maybe in some like search and rescue missions if you can figure out how to fly it. It was kind of auto hovering. But I can't make it stop now. Okay. Got the brakes on. Can we shut it off? There we go. Has a mind of its own. Okay, so that's an oddball one. That was the midnight. Let's see if we can find that one here. Because I couldn't find it before. Why was it not coming up? I wonder if it's not in... I bet it's not an airplane. That's the problem. There it is. Okay, I need to make a note of this. Let's type other. So I think it needs some special control setup or something. Okay, we did the pits. Let's go back to airplanes. The G36, getting into the Bonanzas. And unfortunately next, after this one's the 350i, and once again I didn't set the thing. Okay.
San Juan Tower. Summit Mike Echo Delta Tree 56 at runway 10 ready for departure. East departure.
Maybe I should just
Summit
take
Mike
the labels
Echo
off.
Delta Tree 56, QNH 1018 East departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 10.
Why are we losing? Okay. Just some lights overhead. Single prop with pitch. Mixture. Throttle was working. Has a go around button. Gear. Lights. Prop de-ice. What else does that have for de-icing? Not much, right? But I don't think it has wing de-ice or anything. So, not a great cold weather plane, I would guess. It's got the Garmin, what is that, a 1000 kind of system? So we should be able to set like wind, option 1, back, synthetic vision, we've got all those on, DME, bearing 1, we can switch bearing 2, pitot heat on, parking brake there, put the brakes on. Set the barometer. It doesn't have leaner system on the engine. Next-rad, relative terrain, legend, doesn't seem to do anything. Menu, map settings, yeah, you got different groups, so you can set all these different things. Heading up. Let's go, yeah, heading up. And then I like to go like, but north above, and you can set what your range is for when you went north. So like, when you zoom out to a range more than 250 nautical miles, it will switch to north up. Display relative now. I don't know if this you want small or large, but I mean we're already on. Let's see what that does. Track vector. It's not bad to have it on. Altitude arc. I definitely like to have that on. Let's import our route here and see what happens. Aha. Pick that up. So north up switches right there. So you can tweak that, how far out you want to be zoomed. I'm not going to fly this whole flight plan here, but it did integrate with the avionics, which is good. And we loaded it. Alright, let's just... Okay. We're getting red there on the RPMs, so I probably don't go full throttle. Up. Flaps up. I'm gonna pull the RPM lever back a little bit too. Okay, we'll just do a tight pseudo pattern here. Tight turning radius. Flaps. Gear down. Flaps down. Full flaps. Adjust power. Arrest our descent right there.
500.
Okay, gears down, 3 greens. On my panel anyway. I was way high on the runway. After flying those Airbuses, I can't find the runway anymore. Yep, nice, nice single engine. Everything you'd want in a glass cockpit. Aircraft selector. Alright, next we have the 350i, which I just flew yesterday. Where is it? I guess it's just King Air on here. Oh, this is going to take a long time. So, did the 350 the other day, and it seems to have a lot of issues. It's flyable, but it just, I don't know, wasn't very good. Like, none of these work? Like, you can't, so you can't really enter a flight plan, I'm guessing? I don't know if there's some other way to do it, other than through the EFB, I guess, but so that whole system's not modeled, or not modeled accurately. It is twin prop, that all seemed to work. Idle levers, condition levers, which I guess makes it a turboprop. It's got full-fledged autopilot. Let's see if we can get the it does have some touchscreen capability on here, so like we can click on this and then do our ILS 1097 1097 enter, and then transfer that to the active, transfer that to the active 1097 1097. So that should give us an ILS on the other side when we come around. Does not have auto throttle, but we're gonna we can arm approach mode. We can get our altitude in at 1500. Flight director on. Seems to turn on autopilot too, or arm it or something. I don't know. What happens if we hit the toga button? Oh, now it's in takeoff mode. Oh, the default position. Okay, that's not too bad. Get the rudders under control. Pretty sensitive on the rudders. Gear up. Throttle back. Oh yeah, I didn't have any, my pitot wasn't working. I had that problem. So no airspeed indicator here. You do get it here. I don't think there's an auto throttle. This does have speed, but I think that's for flight level change. It is a fast plane, that's for sure. I love this sketchy visibility we have out here. Okay, autopilot on. Heading mode on. Flight level change. We'll go with that. It's not coming on now. We're already at 1500. Maybe that's why. Oh, let's make sure our QNH is set right. Autopilot is on. Is there any way to see our flight plan? Active flight plan. Okay. So somehow we want to tell it what our arrival is, right? Pretty far out here. I don't know how to go back or anything. Too bad this is broken. Probably get away without it here. Okay, so we want to turn to about, what, 103? Turn to about there, 120, and then see if we can get our, I don't know how to change the nav mode. Get out of here. Are any of these buttons working that we can? Ah, there we go. That one did work. Like you can't can't see what you're doing with the controls. Okay, escape, escape. Nearest, direct to. So these aren't working, like, because clearly just heading bug. Okay, let's close that in. There we go. Menu. Select approach. ILS 10. Activate approach. How do we want to go approach, right? Nope. Nav. VNav. Okay, it looks like it picked up nav. Approach mode does not want to come on. Course should be, I think it was 103, right? Or is it 104? Would be doing okay here. Let's go vertical speed down, 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 down. Maybe we missed something. Nope. There we go. Dive for the deck. Okay, it's not diving for the deck. Autopilot off, maybe? Okay. Oh, good lord. Going to gear down. We can make this no problem. Very windy. Where's my wind indicators? A little low. Getting a little too low. Trim is not working. I'm not hearing any trim sound either from my trim. Now we're way high. This thing drops like a stone when you kill the throttle. Unlike some of the planes. I feel like this is probably more realistic. I feel like we're probably a little fast for this plane. I'm terrible at lining up on the runway here. There we go. Wow. As soon as that reverse prop came on, like, we we just stopped. That's probably a little unrealistic too. Definitely got that turboprop spin up. Engine lingo that it does. We still good on winds. Yeah, pretty windy. Taxis very fast, like a lot of the turboprops in the game, even at full idle. And I'm gonna guess it has no beta. So we are going slightly into the ground. Fine there. See the outside here, so see when we start moving backwards. But we have no forward thrust. Well, now it's moving forwards. There's back. So that's minimum ground, fine. Then we're going forwards at a considerable speed. Just coming out of that detent there. Basically nothing. Get reverse, so there's no real beta range, like where you're getting less forward thrust. It just zooms forward. Let's try the next one. It's the C90, I think. Nope. Oh, no, it's a helicopter. 737 is next. Which of course we've flown many times. bet the Skyship 600 is a blimp. I didn't go look for it yet, but I bet that's what it was. Really want the 350 to be better. I think I would really like it if it fully worked. And it's a twin turbo. Okay. This is very modern cockpit and everything. And I think it even maybe integrates the flight plan a little bit. Legs. Yeah, there we go. So like if we have a flight plan here and we say ILS 10 direct. We don't really want that waypoint on there. I'm not sure why it does that. Say send to avionics, execute, join that up, X. And then we can range out here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Again, I don't want to fly the whole thing. I'm going to try to accelerate it here. It's our default position. It's actually a little too high, I think. Maybe we need to be a little bit more forward. No V-speeds.
Flaps, too low, flaps, too low, flaps, too low, flaps, too low, flaps.
Shush.
Too low, terrain, 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 too low, terrain. Too low terrain, 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 too low terrain.
Probably study up on how to shut off the terrain warning systems on these things, because I don't really need it. All right, well let's throttle 180 should be fine.
1000. Glide slow, 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 glide slow.
What are you doing, man?
Glide slow, glide slow, glide slow, glide slow,
What's it do?
glide slow, glide slow. Glide slow, 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 too low terrain, 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 too low, terrain,
Why
too
is the
low,
autopilot
terrain,
not coming
too low,
on?
terrain, too
Says
low,
autopilot.
terrain, too low, 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 terrain, too low,
Got it now?
terrain, too low, 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 terrain.
Is there some
too low,
obvious way to
terrain,
shut this
too
thing
low,
off?
Terrain, too low, terrain, too low, terrain, too low, terrain,
Like,
too low,
shut
terrain,
up.
too low, terrain, 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 too low, terrain.
Anyway, we're gonna
too
go
low,
direct
terrain,
to that
too low,
guy. We're
terrain,
gonna
too low,
go
terrain, too low,
RNAV,
terrain.
VNAV.
Too low, terrain, too low, terrain, too low, terrain, too low, terrain, too low,
Well,
terrain.
climb.
Glide slope, 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 glide slope.
What do we need to be on here? 1097, right? 1097, that's dialed in. We can do, I don't think we need VNAV now. But we should be able to arm approach mode here in a minute. Go ahead and go direct to that. Can go VOR lock. Approach mode is armed. So Remzi, we should hit the glide slope. Now in theory, we should get our net in here and go approach that and that. Alright, and we want to start getting some flaps out. That's automatically dialed our speed down to 160. So we just gotta let it slow down. Coming down. Looking good. Okay, we're locking onto the localizer now. Glide slope has come on here. There it goes. Now this, I think, is a bug. It seems like to me, it goes crazy here because it's trying to climb up to the glide slope or something. Okay, now we can just bring the gear the rest of the way down. We're on the descent. Watch the throttle go crazy. There we go. Flaps down. Gear. I have 3 greens. Auto land?
1,000.
We'll let it auto land. We'll see how it does. Since it's one of the few planes with auto land besides the Vision Jet. But that doesn't auto land on an approach. You have to let it pick the airport. Ah, I got the wrong label up again. I keep forgetting the labels. 737 MAX 8. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like that. I'm not gonna put the plane label up there anymore. I can't reliably update it.
500. 400.
I think if they could work out their throttle issues a little bit, I think it would probably auto land better.
300. 200.
I don't know how hard it would be. And I think part of the problem is Microsoft Flight Simulator only gives you a PID
50,
control.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Yeah. 1.5G landing. We don't even have our auto brakes on. Help it with some reverse thrust here. Brakes off. This is glitching out. Look at that. Oh, I think it's because autopilot's still on. It's fighting with the rollout. I thought it was my rudder pedals were glitching out. All right. What is next on the list? I think this is a pretty good plane. As far as that goes. Next up is a more difficult plane to fly, the 747-8I, and then I think there's a freighter version of it. Boeing house. And it flies pretty well. I've done the 747-8. Whoa. Now, this plane does have some bugs, like this hasn't lit up. So, but we do have to click it. Then it should be there. See, this doesn't light up the way it's supposed to. This is dead. You can see it by holding down right Alt and clicking on it. And you can bring up the view. So you can have like, you know, progress or whatever over here. And a different display over here. Sometimes the display will be there like very, very, very faint. And in the dark you can kind of see that there's lettering there. And then it has a third one here that doesn't display, but this one is always a copy of this one up here. It can't be separate. So, like, even though it has its own buttons, if I click it here, you'll see it. You'll see it changes up here too, or they don't do anything. Maybe. Yeah. So like that's the VNAV page, legs page. Both are changing. I thought the buttons worked, but I guess not. So, but, and I don't know if this has ever worked or what. I've seen something where there was a bug and someone said you had to change like this to show it, and that's never worked for me. But again, like bringing it up like this works. Enable cruise alt. So let's see how this guy does. Let's lower our altitude. Let's just go with 5,000. We'll close this because I don't think we need it. There's our basic flight plan. Put this up so we can see it maybe. Select off actually. So I'm gonna hit, let me bring this up over on the other side too. I wish it wouldn't pop them up on my other window though. I wish it would remember where you put them. Like once you put it here, it'll always be kind of in that corner or something. Okay, so let's hit the takeoff button. Brake as my brakes because I'm lazy right now. So we want to go LNAV, VNAV, right? Oops. I need a little rudder action here.
V1.
So why can't I go VNAV? I thought it would generally let you arm it. Let's just see how it does here. So we're way over speed now. We should not be going this fast. Why are we going so fast? So that's completely unacceptable. Am I missing anything? What was it doing? Like, it should know not to fly that fast in VNAV. Now it's slowed down to 180. Right. I really want to go faster, but so there used to be a speed intervention button, and now I don't think there is. I think you have to turn VNav off. Let's go to 20. And then we can get our flaps up a little bit. Damage them going 300 knots. We still haven't climbed to 5,000 either. And now we're descending for some reason. So its VNav implementation doesn't seem to be working very well. But it looks like flight level change is working okay. Which honestly is what I usually use on takeoff. But I know in some of the Boeings you just turn on LNAV, VNav and off you go. Get up to altitude before we get to too far here. I think I may lower my expectations. And one weird thing about the Boeings is that VNav is also speed controlled mode. Like, I don't understand why they blended those together. Like, I lose my speed control when I go into VNav. Okay, let's dial this down to 1500. 15. And VNav is on now, so we should automatically descend when we need to. Theory, that should be down to 2,200 at Tanner. Look at that haze, man. I was doing something the other day and I turned on all the markers. I haven't turned them back off yet. Okay, let's do our thing. Let's go init. We need to go to approach. We want 30, 153. Enter that there. I'm not doing all the setup or anything yet. You need to do your weights and balances and all that to really get a good result, but Alright, we should be turning to Rimsey here. We are descending. By Rimsey we should hit 1500. And we should be able to go into approach mode. Let's get our legs up. Okay, we're already heading to Rimsey. So what happens if we arm approach mode now? We cannot. It's like you are out of whack. There's our descent arc. It's fluctuating a lot.
2500.
Still have not been able. Can we do localizer? Nope. How can we do it? How about now? How about now? How about now? Doesn't seem to be working. Approach, approach. What is our speed doing? Good lord.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
It's coming down.
Gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing
I don't know how we're gonna do here. Vertical speed, vertical speed, vertical speed.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Altitude, vertical speed. Come on, man. Autopilot off, auto throttle off, throttles all the way down. Like a submarine. Dive, dive.
1000.
I think there's some autopilot issues there.
500. 400. Sync rate. 300. 200. Sync rate. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
We might miss the runway. It's really hard to go between the little planes and the big planes. Yeah, that didn't go very well. I swear I've done ILS approaches on this thing before. I don't know why approach mode would not arm. It's a big monster aircraft though. Okay. Oh, now up is the terrible military F-18. What did they call it? Let's close these. F-A-18E Super Hornet. None of their names match anything. That's so weird. Let's have a little runway here. So I don't think this is a very good plane, although I think it can do more than I can make it do. Definitely fast. And it will burn through the fuel in seconds. Afterburners on. So I've seen someone set it up for an ILS approach. But I do not know how to do it. It's also got some autopilot modes that I'm not very good at. But this is one of those planes that has like an insane amount of inertia. Like I'm at idle throttle. From 160 to 200 and nothing flat. Put your flight path marker on the runway. Oh. Okay, so a little bit about what I know. And I don't think it's this version of it that works. No. Stars. I'm gonna put the HUD up here. I think that's where you would do some ILS stuff, but it doesn't seem to be there. I don't seem to be able to enter anything into here, like I won't take it. That should be your barometric altitude. And as far as I know, when you activate it, whatever altitude you're at is what it's going to select. I don't think there's a way to enter one on this version. So I think heading cell lets you use heading selector to set the heading. Otherwise it's just heading hold, although it's kind of weird. Like I think if you, I don't know. Like this isn't active at all, so I don't know if it can do ILSs right now or not. Anyway. It's hard to control the throttle on that one. That's enough. Not my favorite plane. It's kind of fun to fly every once in a while. Of course, we have the Cessna 152s next, and there's two versions of it. There's the Aerobat version, and I don't know what the difference between the Aerobat and the regular one is. Let's see if we switch between them, if we can see a difference. Is the Aerobat more aerobatic, I guess? Okay, this one has old school radios, no GPS whatsoever, like that. Let's try the Aerobat. Is that different? I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, these are all pretty decent. You got carb heat, parking brake, primer, mags, lights, pedo, whatever across here. Taxi, landing. Flaps are at 10. Constant RPM, so no prop lever. I don't like this arrangement of instruments. I wish it had the classic 6 and then other things on the side. I don't like having the clock in the middle here. I'd move these two over and put the clock down here or something, or put the clock on the yoke. Okay, parking brake off. Oh, I think I put the parking brake on. That is not takeoff elevator trim, my friend. That's closer to takeoff. Pretty far back from where I was. So no autopilot whatsoever in this one. Very flyable, very easy to fly, pretty resilient. Like that's way overusing the rudder. Probably unrealistically safe to fly, easy to fly. Definitely what I would recommend people start with. If you're new to flight sim and you want to kind of start to get the hang of it, learn how to fly. this or one of the Pipers. There's a reason people start with them in relative. Okay, let's get our flaps down. Start a little bit of a descent here. I should have done, but let's do it. Let's get the 109. I paused. 1097. You don't have to enter it into both. Course was 104, right? Okay, unpause. Okay, there comes our the glide slope now. Add some power. It is bumpy. There's our glide slope. So we'd want about a 400 per minute. 450. Maybe not even that. So I'm thinking I need some right, what? Left rudder. Left rudder. Terrible. I was way high above the runway. And I don't think we're on the right runway. Did we land on the wrong runway? This is 8. That is not the correct runway. Possible pilot deviation. Thought that said 11 for a minute. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, we're very high. Obviously. See now, no wonder our VOR indicator wasn't working here. I need to learn what that thing's called again. I forgot. Oh, that's terrible, terrible, terrible. aside from my terrible piloting, it's a good plane. There's not much to it, but it works. Look, you can even look up at the sky. The next plane on the list is the 172, which is another good plane to start with, especially if you want a more capable plane. Now there's a whole bunch of variations of this one, but you've got the classic and the G1000 version. So let's just do classic passenger C172, and then I mean these are different configurations. Tow, cargo. Yeah. Now one problem I have is the classic one has the GPS in it too. Kind of wish they had a classic pre-GPS classic, but this does have autopilot as well. Looks like our winds are shifted a little bit. I don't know. Again, still fixed RPM. Up, please. Getting bumpy here this evening. Okay, fly up the coast, and while we're doing that, we'll try and get the radio tuned in. We right-click on this to select the nav radio. It was 1097. And then click swap. Oh, did we already have 1097 in there? Nice. Anyway, that's how we do it. 1097. And then we need to get our course in. That was 104. And let's try to make it down to the correct runway this time. That was embarrassing. Turn to about due south. Oh, we want to switch this also to VOR. There we go. Okay, there's about south. We can see where, okay, now we're coming right up on the, so we want to turn to about 104. Missed it. We're seeing our, we're under the glide path here, so we don't want to descend yet. And that is way past 104. slope. We can start slowing down. I don't want to slow down that much yet. We're a long ways away. We're above. I think it might be getting buggy because I'm loading in different planes. It's acting very glitchy. Okay, let's get some flaps out. There's 1, 2. Back on the glide path there. 3. Get to our like 60, 75 knots. So glitchy. Unless it's the wind, supposedly, but it's like the controls don't even do anything. Like in a normal way. A little off to the left. Better. That's a good plane to fly. As far as I know, everything works. Even the glass cockpit version works really well. The Garmin in it. Next is the Grand Caravan, which is the 208. Comes in different configurations. Cargo, passengers, floats, if you want a water version. I guess that was already loaded and it reused it. So glass cockpit. Lots of switches. This would be very good for like bad weather flying, except flight model on it is a little wonky. Turboprop, so condition lever, not mixture. Prop, RPM, single prop. Reverse does not work in this configuration. Pop that guy and then yeah, it's working. Commercial separator. Flaps. I don't fly this plane much. I have flown it some though. The problem I have with it is, what do I get up here? Should be a few things. Oxygen. You're doing that. Fuel tanks. don't think there's a steam gauges version of this one. And of course this is a hyper taxi. Way too aggressive idle. No beta. So it's either forward thrust or reverse thrust. It's turboprop, so you want to be careful with it. And normally you would like adjust your RPMs and everything for, and your ITT for specific climb power and everything. Fixed gear. Coast a little bit. Trim's working pretty well. Yeah. Am I hitting there? Okay, let's see if we can get it to fly on ILS for us. One thing I don't know how to do in this is... Ah, yes, I should know how to do this. Okay, so let's go autopilot. And then heading mode. And we'll do altitude hold here. Altitude to be 15 actually, so we can do vertical select down. We'll descend to 15. Range knob here. There's Remsey, so I'm going to fly a little bit out past that. Come around against the ILS. We should be at 1500, no problem. Autopilot's on. Approach mode. And then of course it has, like, you know, these buttons, so you can bring up your flight plan. You can go direct to whatever. You can say direct to that. Cancel. Clear is generally cancel. If we didn't have ILS in here, we could go procedures, dial that down, select approach, pick what we want, enter. Let's do Remsey here, enter. Apply course reversal, no, we know what to do with course reversal. You can put your minimums in here, and then you can go. Yeah, here we are. Here's Remsey, so we're good. So we'll go ahead and activate that, and then we'll go nav, activate. Okay. out. I want to stay in this white band. I've got one notch of flaps out. I just left them out. There we go. Get the next notch down soon. Oh, it's got the skyboxes. So PFD op, wind 1, DME we can put on, bearing 2, we can have a flight GPS, synthetic vision options. Okay, why are we overturning here? Oh, okay, I know why. It's going back to the, it's going to fly the skyboxes here. So it's PFD ops. See if it will let us arm approach mode, and it's 1097 should be our nav, so it's not yet, but if we arm approach mode, it's, oh wait, maybe it is, okay, yeah, it is, this is the active one, this is the standby, so 1097's in both. Approach mode did not arm. Now I think, well, no, it doesn't indicate that it armed. Here. Why is it going off this way? It thinks the localizer is that way. Do we not have... do we need to do the course? Back around. Not that one. Back to activate, enter, nav on. GPS. Procedure, activate approach, enter. Maybe we should pick an RNAV approach. Don't know. descend a little bit. Faster even. Localizer, glide slope armed. Okay, I think we got it this time. Slope here. Ready to drop a little bit of power out when we do. Not fast enough. Pretty seesaw on the approach here. Again, I don't know if this is just the turbulence or what, but the flight is really crazy. Way high now. Just a second, because that's all it takes. So this is one of those planes that feels very bouncy to me, like it'll just, I don't know, it rotates around its center of gravity like way too much or something. Doesn't feel good to fly, and it doesn't handle very well in the wind and stuff either. Has been a general problem. I'm gonna restart our flight because just to see if that helps. I don't know. I don't know why it's so glitchy. The Corvalis, another Cessna C400. That is departure. That is arrival. Actually, let's do this. I also haven't flown this plane very much. So we've been at this a while. Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of episodes to get through every plane. Yeah, not great visibility in this one. So it's got the prop pitch, mixture, throttle, all good. Garmin avionics. So I assume it'll work just the same over here. Our flight plan is already in here, but we can, let's see. What we want to do is, want to delete this one actually. And then let's select our procedure, approach, ILS 10, RIMZ. And now we just want to load it. Not approved for GPS. And all the same kind of options you can do here. I've already got most of these set in this one, I guess. I'm not sure which one share config, but above 18,000 feet vapor suppressor. Interesting. Flaps, takeoff, 127 knots. I'm guessing that's not your takeoff speed, but your thing. You got a go around button, which is rudder hold. Interesting. Speed brakes. Huh. I guess those are the speed brakes. Forgot what they. That one. So windshield. Outside air temperature. I think that's just for clicky show. Alternate static. Brake on and off. Start down here. Side throttle. I mean side stick. So I'm guessing this is a pretty fast plane. Lots of right rudder here. More. Gear up. Does it do gear? Nope. Oh, flaps up. prop RPMs back. Trim is a little wonky. I wish this alpha honey, is it alpha? Yeah, yoke, honeycomb yoke. We should have a few more controls on it. Like I'd really like a thumb dial for like trim, and we should have a right-hand trigger. It's got a left-hand trigger, but not a right-hand trigger. Heliporto Centro Palo Seco. Reducing the power here. Prop RPMs. Should we try an ILS? It's got 1097 dialed in. Let's see, there's autopilot. Hello? I don't know where the autopilot controls are. Let's not autopilot ourselves into the ground, no. There they are. Okay, let's try this again. Autopilot heading. Why are you diving? I didn't start off on a dive. It's gonna kill us. And like, what has it done? I don't like the way the autopilots use the trim. And they'll trim it to obscene levels. And then you take over and you can't fly the plane anymore. Flaps down. Okay, that's full flaps. Let's go for about 75 here. Okay, fixed gears, so gears down, flaps are down. Need to intercept something resembling a glide slope here. I think I'm going to try changing the weather to calm and see if we can tell which things are glitchy planes and which things are glitchy weather. Clear skies. And let's get rid of, you select the wind, and then you can lower the gusts. I wonder what happens if you do that, actually. I bet you get some default wind. Nope, but it doesn't delete it either. Maybe it just unselects it. I should probably save this as like a calm setting, so I don't have to keep setting it up. Do we have to have 3 cloud layers? Calm. Calm. Wow, really? Got some issues with their transitional configs. Yeah, it's not as glitchy now. Maybe it's the weather thing. The turbulence model. Okay. What is next? CJ4. Pretty good plane. I don't happen to like the avionics. It's just a lot of work to set up and poor visibility out the windows. It's okay. That's kind of weird. No reverse thrust. Does have speed brakes. Throttles here run. Not much overhead like some would have. Lights. It's got a FMC kind of entry thing with the flight plan. Let's see, legs. Index. Flight plan. Arrival, that's what we want. We want to go to arrivals, we want ILS 10, we want stars, Captain. Like, okay, copied it in here. So now if we go previous, boom. hold? I don't want a hold. Which one's the hold? Clear. Delete that. So, sequence, auto, or inhibit. We want auto, I think. Performance init. We're going to cruise at a mere 1,500 feet. What's that going to put us at? Oh, okay. Sensed cargo. Takeoff, outside air temperature, I don't know. I guess we'll do rat. 15. Right, it's 29.92 right now because I put it on clear. Dry runway, 10. Okay, we need to send these up to here. Doop, 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 doop. There we go. Complete. Brake is on. It says the pitos are cold. I don't know if those are off or if they come on automatically or even where they are on this thing. This should be able to fly the ILS in short order, I would think. Good ground handling. A little sensitive on the rudders. I think I need to tune my rudders down. Okay, gear up. Look at that climb, right? Climb to here, and then down. Level out. Okay, autopilot on. We didn't enter our altitude. Let's say altitude hold. I don't think this has auto throttle. Nav. Should lock in. We want to go up to 1,500 feet.
Altitude.
gears up, flaps are up. Approach mode, yaw dampener is automatically on. Flight director is already on. So, how do we get set up for ILS? Do we need to do the course? We cannot change the course. So many more planes to do. After this is the Hawk Arrow II, then the Vision Jet, and then I think I'm gonna call it an evening. I may not even do the Hawk and the Vision Jet. I don't fly this CJ4 very much. Probably fly it a little more, but I really like the longitudinal. And it's got the full Garmin avionics, so it's very easy to fly. I'd love to work in avionics design and everything. This looks like it's going to do something weird here. Is it still doing this hold at Ramsey? Did I delete the wrong one? Maybe I deleted the wrong one. Let's try to clear that. Valid delete. Okay, let's go back here. Ooh, let's do that one. Let's go straight there now. I'll have to go through Donkey. It says it wants us to be at 22, so let's go on up to 22. Flight level change.
Altitude.
Stopped climbing, I think, because I need to throttle up. I forget this doesn't have auto throttle, which I think is one of the reasons I don't fly it very much. Okay, there it comes. What are we going to need to do to get the ILS going? 109.7 are the frequencies. Tuning. 1097 already enabled on nav 1 and nav 2. Why does does this say exec? Did you just do what I think you just did? I have no flight plan. I don't think I have an arrival airport either. You just completely erased my flight plan. Okay. Arrival, ILS 10, code me exec. Okay, now we lost that. So now we need to go next G228. Exec. And then nav. Heading. Maybe go. Okay, that's a bug. Don't trust the exec light on the second MC. Alright, we want to dial this down to at least 15, right?
Altitude.
A little glitchy.
Altitude.
And then for that to work, we probably need VNav on. VNav altitude path is armed. Can we arm approach mode? Approach localizer.
Altitude.
Path. Yes, we can, according to this. Now, if we had to switch the source, where might we do that? Let's see, it's got barometer here. TAWS menu, terrain, TCAS, standby and active frequencies. We don't want to do that. Nav source, FMS1. Okay, we want to see that switch to localizer. Estimated time, I believe, is what that is. Or elapsed time. Timer. Yeah, it started a timer down here. Okay, let's start slowing down. I see a glide path or vertical path armed here, I think. That's not coming down yet. I think it should be. Okay. First notch of flaps out. Got top of descent marker right here. should be descending because we need to go down to 15. Why are you not descending? Okay, it automatically switched to localizer. The course is not right though. Okay, we now have a glide slope indicator here.
Landing gear. Landing gear.
Should lock on. There we go. Okay, we got full flaps in gear. Why are we not descending though? I guess we are. Okay. Kind of weaving back and forth. Trying to hold it about 120 here. Surprised the glide slope marker doesn't fill in when it logs. Okay, that's the neutral position that it gives you. Really? You're gonna give me the whole... Full flaps, gear is down, 3 greens. I didn't see the pause menu come up. Well, then a little swerving back and forth. It's been pretty good. Of course, it's manual throttle, so it's not revving the throttle up and pulling it back like a lot of the autopilots do.
Autopilot.
And again, I have no idea how high I am. So we'll go with about that. spoilers. Guess, I think I got them out. Yep. And that should bring them back up. So, floated a little far down because I didn't get the power all the way out. Yeah, interesting plane. Hawk Arrow II. Not the Hawk T1, but the Hawk Arrow II in acid, no, black. From Blue Mesh. Okay, what are we in here? Ultralight, I guess? Seems to have flaps of some flavor. 2, 3, 4. This has the like I don't know what model Garmin this is, but like I saw it in some of the gliders and stuff, the higher end glider. We got transponder on altitude. How do you dial in a transponder code? Oh, digit by digit. Seven. How do you go to the next digit? Identify, you've got a comm. Wait, you could probably also change over here. I guess we can do it this way. Oh, enter. Okay, there's a button in between there. Huh, these don't seem to agree. Do we have two transponders? Uh, 1097. Enter. And then, how do we do a course? Or do we? How do we change the source? Okay, we can do that. Minimums, bearing pointers. We can do GPS and lock 1. Wind vector, wind and crosswind. Mouse and drag to scroll, generate turns, heading. Synthetic vision on, flight path marker on. Radios. Sometimes this would have a other options. Got sim brief if you've got that installed. Course. How do we? Okay, there we go. Hey, 104. Interesting. Let's see if I can change heading with my heading book. Yes, it is changing. No wind data, that's expected. Oh, course here maybe? 104. No. Yep, that's changing it. So you can change course here. It's mismarked. It's marked as the little knob, but it's the big one. That's probably barometer then. Yep. And then are these backwards? If they're backwards, this would be heading. That is in fact heading. And that's altitude. I'm not going to do a full circuit in this guy. Split. Overhead map. Nice. Okay. Map. Chart. En route charts. Active flight plan. So, remove. Remove. Remove? Activate leg. So one thing I'm not... No. How do I enter the procedures? Like I would think you would click on this and it would have a procedure option, but it doesn't. And I don't see any way to get into procedures. Menu, okay, menu, select approach, ILS 10. It doesn't have any way to pick different options. Okay, more detailed engine page. Probably fake GPS data. Traffic is what that one's meant to be. Flight plan, waypoint, en route charts, map. Zoom out, zoom in. Well, you know what I saw in some of these? There's actually an autopilot mode as well. Let's try arming autopilot. Nothing. Yeah, this may not have an autopilot. trim or what? Okay, finally. I'm gonna guess it doesn't have any kind of autopilot or anything. Dusk here. Which runway do we want? Uh-oh. It's doing this thing where it won't let my cursor leave the window, which means I can't drag the pop-out screen onto here. Okay, we got full flaps. Gonna need some throttle, believe it or not. Oof, bouncy. I'll take most of the blame on that one. The honeycomb rudders have these like strong elastic bands in them. Whoa, okay, no strong braking. Oh, tail driver. Ah, okay. Well, we crashed that one. Alrighty, it is dinner time, so I'm gonna go do that. I might be back later with some more plane selections.